And welcome back. We're picking up where we left off last time in Factorio, the Pyanodons Mod. This is the after dinner part of stream day 2. We left off last time with a giant handcrafting queue to work through, mostly in preparation for, I suppose we can look on the to-do list, on doing sort of spaghetti, doing circuits for sort of when we get to the end of researching circuits here. Tech-wise, I think, yeah, we just crossed the point where we can now queue up electronics. Most notably in here is simple circuit boards. Once we have simple circuit boards, the next thing to work towards, I think, will be logistics. Although with... Oh, well, okay, so logistics here doesn't cost anything besides the automation science spec, so that should be fairly easy. So yeah, the next thing after that is going to be running out to logistics. After which we'll probably be trying to work towards Pack 2. Or Science Pack 1. Pack 1. Which is the second Science Pack. And the reason is, in the second Science Pack we get, is literally the first tech we'll probably grab in it is electric mining drills. So with that out of the way, we got a rough idea of what's going on. Gotta decide what I want to prep while we're handcrafting here. We got aluminum, we got tin. Alright, quartz over there, stone over there, got extra iron over there, extra iron over there, extra iron over there. Got borax, which don't need yet. Uranium, iron, molybdenum, chromium, raw nexolite. I think I'm going to need titanium. I think I'm going to need lead. Lead's, because of a screw-up, and I brought this up at the beginning of this stream, because of a screw-up, lead is going to be one of the ones that we've got small deposits of. Native floor is one of the ones we're going to have small deposits of. I think that's why the borax is also small. So I think those are the 3 of the 4 things I accidentally min-sized the deposit on. For those 3 things. I don't remember what the 4th one is. Most of that shouldn't really be a problem. The other thing I can do is go out and do exploration while waiting for this crafting to happen, and or queue up more stuff to craft. Gather things we need to craft, various things, and craft them. But yeah, so once these are done, we can go install those. Although there's maybe an argument to run around to what we need to install, right? So for the simple circuit boards, what metals do I need that I don't have? I don't have zinc, don't have tin, don't have lead. So those are going to be the 3 that we need to set up mining for. Because we sorted out aluminum. Okay. So tin, zinc, and lead we need to mine. With that in thought process, let's grab those pipe to grounds. I know where we can get lead. Lead is going to be fairly easiest for me to mine because it comes as a... we mine it with steam. Steam in one of these fluid mining drills. Or the tin, not the lead. Lead will be a little bit... Lead the one that needs acetylene. Or is that titanium? Might be both. Yeah. Start off fairly... Again, we don't need a lot of this to start, so we're just plop the one down. And then we're going to run the same sort of method as we did in the previous one. And then just need to get this up to where we make steam. Oh, and we can see we're starting to run... Is that a fueling issue? That is a fueling issue. Interesting. We are starting to run low on things, and no, that's just a straight up fueling issue because of how the temporary setup is done. I can work that better. We'll work that bit better. We'll be back to fix that in a moment. First, I'm going to finish the steam line that I started. There we go. We'll need more pipe to ground to do much more than that, but for the moment that should be enough to get the steam out to that one drill. I'll have to run some coal down to it to operate the drill, but that's fine. And then that will give us another one of the those three new metals that we need. So we've got steam all the way down there, plenty of steam. And then we'll do usual cleanup of the mine, and maybe try to fix the, get an idea on how to fix the temp line so it has enough capacity. Answer, or the simplest answer, is just add more parameters. That has consequences. Namely, it means the main line will be more empty passing through. But short term, that'll help a little bit more with pushing through the consumption, which is you being consumed. We're now consuming enough coal gas that this is more reliably running. And yeah, the mine is going to be slowly and in an ongoing fashion shrinking. So when this one runs out in 3.3 thousand steel, we probably just push it through into that location. So sort of merge the two temporary solutions there. The mine's going to be shrinking, so we do want to move over on at some point to other things. We got some of the stuff for the new wood setup, so let's go get that set up while I'm here in the base. And then we'll take the trip out to the, what, tin? No, the tin is out. Take the trip out to lead and we'll double check what the mining type is for lead. I know that titanium is acetylene, and we haven't actually... No, we did do acetylene. Acetylene is done, in fact. So, lime plus coke becomes calcium carbide plus water becomes acetylene. And then that is required for what we're working on right now, which is solder. That gives you kind of a good idea. Hey, lead plate doesn't unlock until here. Why does lead plate not unlock? The answer is I think a lead plate needs acetylene. Not sure if titanium does as well. I think titanium does as well. I think we need titanium for... Oh, I don't need titanium yet. We're going to need titanium later. I think titanium is also... I think titanium is also that sort of concept where it needs acetylene. Might not be the zinc that needs the acetylene, now I'm thinking about it. We're just gonna yoink the surplus moss here. I'll potentially slow the wood generation down a bit. Should hopefully be enough for me to not necessarily get this whole way running at speed, but get it started up. Oh, and I never... Oh, no, I did pick it up. I've got the botanical nursery there. It's after the fastwood forest components. And then you need trees. Although I think the trees might be made already. Yeah, the tree... All 30 trees are made. It should be easy to get the trees in these places and distort the moss. Okay, so we got lead, and I need to find zinc to check the zinc. There's lead. I need to find a zinc to check zinc mining. Nickel up there. I think nickel is interchangeable with zinc. Have I found a zinc? I haven't found a zinc. Okay, we'll have to go looking for that then. It gives me something to work on while crafting's going, as I can go drive around looking for zinc. Which, now that I'm thinking about driving, reminds me, let's get a couple of repair packs in the queue, preparing the vehicle. Potentially crash into some trees here. I have to drive through my pipes. So, tin. Oh no, that's tin. I already knew what tin was because we had tin closer back to base. Yeah, tin is the that's what I'm looking for. Do it around the forest instead of driving through the forest. Peaceful thing. You're driving this with a car. Yeah, so it's settling to mine the lead, and we're gonna go look for zinc. Regular site salt mine. Not what we're looking for. That's copper. Good to know we got another copper location if I needed it. Oops, crashed into a boulder. When I'm this zoomed out, it's a little hard to see individual rocks. Chromium mine, crystal mines, chromium reserve. Okay. Antimony, uranium, native flora, molybdite, stone, rock coal, okay, aluminum ore, oil sands, that's phosphate rock, Regolithite. Zinc ore. Okay, so we need aromatics to do zinc. So there to there. Let's see if we, on the way back, we see a closer one on the pathway. There's nickel. There's a zinc reserve. I think we're a little way away from mines. Big mines. Yeah, the big mines are a little way away. Just 5 techs deep. Just a little far away. Oh, that would be closer to base. More aluminum ore. Of course, I'm just out of range of being able to figure what that is without running straight first. There we go. Green. Uranium ore, okay. Base is here. That's the closest zinc we found. I'm gonna come down. If I need to, what we can do is we can do, there's coal up here, wasn't there? Yeah, we can do coal and the zinc and then coal. So it's actually, that'd be coal probably into coal sand, or, into, do tar processing to the aromatics. More tin. Titanium. So the titanium is also settling. I will need that, I think. That might be up to the electric coal reserve, so when we get the deep mines so we don't run out of coal. Need to be vaguely careful. I've half totaled the car already. Running into rocks and trees. I don't have repair packs until we get into the repair queue, or the handcraft queue here. Tar sands. Native flora. Chromium ore. Might use that native flora. That's actually pretty decent close to base. Yeah, that's decent close to base. Mechanic pipe for diamonds. Coal reserve. Copper ore. Oil sands, lead ore. To be fair, if I could find lead and zinc relatively close to a source of coal, That'd be a nice combo. More oil sands. Just trying to weave my way through the trees. There's titanium ore. Antimony field. There's another deposit of zinc. Is that closer than the first one we found? To the base, yes. It's definitely closer to the base. The crow flies, I think, from there to there is shorter from there to there. So that's probably the zinc we want to go for. And then that's probably the same sort of logic with the lead. Found a lead here, and that's probably closer than there. And the only thing that we need then is you need carbide, you need aromics. Both of those, I think, come out of my tar sand recipes. Yeah, so 900 acetylene is quite a bit of acetylene. I'm kind of over-designing here. That sort of concept. And then getting coke comes from... Wrong coke recipe. I'm not doing that coke recipe right now. Okay, so I've got 3 different places. I can do burn the gasoline, or make the gasoline for coke and gasoline. Do that, do that. That's the one we're probably doing. So 500 items of rock coal. This is making some slacked lime. We'll have to go deal with somewhere else. And then that is probably way more than we, but sort of giving me an idea for what the ratio is going to be on the chain. The big one there is probably the gasifier to make the acetylene. Right, 72 machines of gasifiers, and okay, lots of destructive distillation. And then zinc. Zinc ore. Zinc ore comes from zinc ore aromatics. Aromatics. We got 2 different ways to make aromatics, depending upon what I want. Blue gas, carbon dioxide, rich clay makes aromatics, or is byproducts of the aromatics, if I just go straight from tar, or I can get it from the light oil and make gasoline as a byproduct. I think we go with the gasoline byproduct the first round here, and the light oil comes from... I suppose we could do it as a byproduct of the coke recipe, but no, let's go for the other one, which is that one. Medium oil Comes from the tar. Oops, wrong one. And yeah, this is a ludicrous size. We're not going to do the full proper ratioed version here. We're getting an idea of what the full proper ratioed would be. And this provides some creosote, so yeah, we do want all the tar processing probably initially together, in a way where we can reasonably expand it, because we're making products that are byproducts for other things. Right, the lead wants to spit out tar and coal gas. We don't have storage capacity for coal gas right now. So it's use it or lose it, or use it or jam if I don't set up the lose it option. Whereas this is making oils. Oils are at least storable. And I think the oils I can probably turn into creosote. Yeah. Should be able to turn the oils into creosote. And this is looking roughly like line would be, and there's the tar coming in as the byproduct. So we need 4K tar in, you only make 2.2K tar out, so we're actually not making enough tar off of those two recipes, which is fair enough. And obviously, if we start doing this, for example, this is making gasoline as a byproduct. Probably want to swap the gas works over to gasoline and away from using tar as the fuel. We're going that route. Yeah, we got an idea where we're getting his zinc from. I think we're going to get it from there. My handcrafting is done, so now's a good place to park and start to implement some of that handcrafting. So I've got some drills, I've got the destructive distillation column for working through the creosote stuff, and I've got the stuff to set up the forest farms. Find out in a moment if I've got enough moss. There we go. Yeah, that's enough moss. Oops, I assumed you needed soil, and you don't need soil. Ah, yes, you don't need soil, you needed the tree seeds. I got the wrong one going here. Actually, thinking about it, I can probably just grab... it's just a quicker way. Instead of pulling up the entire stake, I can just go do that. There we go. Okay, and that should be running much faster. Or if it should be running now. And that should provide us with more wood. I suppose I do need another wood processing unit. I'm going to be doing that. Get another one of those before I forget. That's the clay pit, that's what we're looking for. There is no processing it. I suppose I should probably start up another coal mine, so as not to overstress the mining that we're using for our base stuff. For the tar processing. Rock hull over there. Where is my rock hull? Yeah, I was thinking this one originally, but that's actually going to be quite a way to pipe stuff over from. Or actually, I was thinking that one for power, because we pull power off of, or pull water from the ocean nearby. Maybe this small one down here. We don't see the whole thing. Oh, and this is pull rate off of the belt that's playing into effect here. So I'm not actually processing at the rate we should be because of various things going on. We're not pulling out of the chest quickly enough because you're not being consumed, which is you're not consumed. You're actually not being consumed because I haven't fed you recently. Let's go feed to that one quickly. So we got a backlog and text to work through. I got grand plans that require some technology to be invented. In the long run, I think that's going to be a belt, not a chest. In fact, I'm so sure that's going to be a belt, not a chest. I'm going to put a belt there. And I'll put a chest as well, but that's just so we don't waste as much idle time here on that. Okay, I'm gonna go set up a new coal mine. What do I want? I want a bunch of belts. I want a bunch of burner miners. So, a bunch of burner miners. Do I want furnaces? No, I don't want furnaces right now. A bunch of grabbers. A bunch of belts. Probably a bunch of underground, but yeah, we'll go 15 more pairs of underground. Then I suppose I take the car out and we go explore the rock hole over there. See if it's viable for what I want. Okay, so you're empty. Did that have production consequences? Probably did. Oh, it had big production consequences. That was my steel line. Okay, so yeah, this is a concern that's going to start happening faster and faster, is the base is going to start to, or the iron supply in the base is going to start to consume itself. And I will soon have to move out to a new location. Because basically any more shrinkage and we'll start seeing throughput shortages. In fact, probably already seeing throughput shortages. We were to really stress the system. Okay, so we got a deposit of water there. And then you're the rock coal. Okay. That's not even a bad run from the pump plumbing. We do sort the thing out. Okay, let's hop out of the car. I suppose it's not a bad place to do a short run over to the neighboring... I think that's the iron? Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad iron mine to sort of supplement to the base. It's waning days. Okay, probably haven't cleared enough around it, based on this being a burner mine for the coal. I got enough down, I can start to drop the tessellation. Went on horizontal, or vertical, or down, or so up. Up, right, left, or... Don't want to run left, I think we want to run right. That way we're... Okay, we're still going to be coming back to the forest, but not getting too close to the water, because I can't move the water yet. So I'd rather be in a situation where I'm going to chop the forest back than try to drain the lake. Probably the best way to do it, so we probably want to run in that direction. There's solder. Did solder unlock anything building-wise? No, it's just mixtures that we can do. Okay. And then from you, we do want to work towards you. So the next thing to go in is alloy smelting. And there's the titanium, because we need the titanium... Need the titanium for the smelter. Fair enough. Snap the blueprint in here, keep tessellating. Yeah, I'm gonna be lazy. There's a magic trick here. can make a bigger stamp. Okay, so I think that's all we need. In fact, it's probably more than we need. It's not gonna way too hasty. I think that is almost certainly more than we need, but okay. So what I can do, once I've got the blueprint basically tailor-made to my location here, I can do a check to see how many miners I need to properly operate the system. Yeah, so with that, I can just do a copy and paste. 171 to make it full use of the mine. Good news, I don't really need to make full use of the mine on the first attempt here. How many rows do I've got? $16 out. $15 ins, okay. So if I do sort of the loop back around into itself, I've got one unused, unmixed belt. Although, in practice, that's probably going to be the smallest belt, right? So it's going to be only 3 miners on that. Yeah, only 3 miners on that belt, so it's not going to have much on it. The one fully surplus belt. Should be fairly easy to get. 15. So we're going to basically have 15 in, 15 out. So it probably does make sense to push it to the iron ore. Okay. Place based on start or place based on exit. Let's place based on start. So that means I should do this row, which only has the 1 on it. That 1. I've got 100, so I can bring about half the mine online here. Although I'll probably run out of inserters before I run out of mines. Startup procedure here. Actually, I'll probably run out of belts out of anything. Probably didn't break enough belts. It is a bigger mine than what we saw on the map when we started, but that was because we literally only saw the top of the mine. This is where something like Blueprint Shotgun or bots comes in very useful. I haven't used Blueprint Shotgun, but I've seen other people use it. And we're too early in the game for bots, so no bots yet. Gotta go along and carefully, correctly place every one of the items in the template. Which makes the, particularly the inserters and these a little fiddlesome to do. The belts will be pretty easy, because you can just drag the belts and they deploy real quickly. Okay. Before I do belts, or before I do inserters, let's do some belts. To that joint if I can. That way when I'm doing the drag in the other direction, as it goes over an existing belt, it'll just auto-place the undergrounds. Probably by the time I get back to base, the base will have another 50 mines for me, so. Set up as much as we can here. We're going to go back to base, pick up more belts, pick up more mines, pick up more inserters. The base is making, I think, 50 miners at a time, so. And it's actually going to take like 3 trips to fully build this mine out. Although, fully built out, this mine is presumably excessive to all my short-term needs. Should get me all the way to electric mining drills. And there's all our belts. Okay, next thing to deploy while we're here is inserters. To be fair, one reason we're kind of overbuilding this is when we start to go into electric miners, we're going to want a source of coal that I can use to provide the baseline power for the electric miners to work for the first coal mine. At least until we can get that running off of its own coal, power-wise. So this is... well, it seems outrageous for the size it is, because it kind of is. There's a grand plan. It might be a stupid plan, but it's a grand plan. Around. At least if when I start this up, it'll very rapidly tell us which ones I've placed wrong, so I'm not too worried about placing them wrong as long as we watch and make sure it starts up when we do start it up. So this open space on the right here is where we're going to start thinking about the petrochem itself. So we're taking something that looks like a tar processing unit. First tar processing unit is going to be breaking up the tar. Ah, forgot I need the... What do we run the first step in? I got into the steel. Structure distillation column, okay. I only have one of those. I need to go make 2 more then. At least 2 more. So we've got multiple different steps, right? We can do coal, gas from rock coal to coal, coal to coal gas, coal to coke, coke to coal gas. If we really don't want the coke, that's how we get rid of the coke. And once we got splitters, I got some ideas for what we're going to do to make that really reasonable. And if I was desperate for more coal, I could technically take the trees, turn them into coal. We're not doing that recipe. You use tar, rock coal, plus tar, plus steam. Don't think that's what we're going to touch. Pitch for steam, okay. Another way to get coke, probably not going to touch that one right away. Anthracene. Okay, so obviously the first one over here is going to be probably some variation off of you. So you got 4 different outputs. Oh boy. And it takes 2 different inputs. Yeah, something like that. And the next one up, and take some of those in, spit something else out. Probably medium in. Yeah, medium plus steam in. And this spits out 4 different outputs. Any of those duplicates of existing ones? Naphthalene. Anthracene. Oh no, it's got 2 light oil outputs. It's actually only 3 outputs. All new outputs, though. Okay. reach the whole way. Yeah, it's basically one width running the whole way, so what I do... There's no space between them, I want to do that. Okay, and then light oil, carboxylic acid, and ethylene oil would be the next one, presumably. Ethylene oil, carboxylic acid, both of those can be on kerosene, creosote, and anthracene oil. So we got 1, 2, 3 of the products that we've processed at this point and produced, or would have processed at this point, can become creosote. Is that plumbing? Probably wants to come up and around, and we have like one creosote tank over here. Leave that unassembled for the moment. And you can see how rapidly this is going to get big. We haven't even started bringing in tailings ponds as storage reasons, storage ways. Need more belts, need more inserters, need more miners. Let's grab what we've got in the chest for those. Miners. That might be enough miners. Don't think there's enough inserters. Probably not enough belts. And then I worked out that I probably want like 2 more things of distillation column. Distillation columns. Probably want a couple of the solid separators. Well, the solid separators is probably a stretch at this point. That's just so I don't have to rumble the ash home. Need some steel for that. Let's go pick steel up. Oh, and I forgot to put, we finished seaweed. I forgot to put seaweed farm on the bus, right? Yeah, no bus seaweed farm. Oh yeah, I'm already starting to see signs that the iron mine is starting to slow down. Ore furnace stacks are not running at full speed anymore. It's only really going to show up when I am hungry for just iron, but that's probably, as we continue to play, going to become more and more likely. Oh, I just realized I probably want to grab all the plumbing I can, because after we get done with the mine, the next thing is plumbing. Okay, and I've got more mining drills. Let's get them all deployed. That might be enough mining drills. Okay, there we go. So technically I don't need, because this is outflow. Outflow does not need an intake from the intake side of the outflow, if there's no intake from there. Okay. So we've got all the horizontal ones, so I need to feed back around into verticals. Petri dish researched. Petri dish add any new buildings? No, add new recipes but no new buildings. There we go, there's the glorious splitter. So it's officially in the queue. I'm not actually sure what I want to be doing immediately after that. I think we want to get that queue done and get the splitters installed before we do much more research than that. Undergrounds, whoops. course, that just deleting my undergrounds the whole way. The mapped out ones. Okay, let's try to jumpstart the engine here. Not necessarily going to run very long, current jumpstart state, but I can get some jump starting. That's what we got with the inserters. Let's put the inserters in while I'm here. And we go through the network. Yeah, I think we're going to run out of inserters, although we're going to get pretty close to complete the current count. Okay, now that's all the metal plates I have. So we'll have to go running back to base one way or the other, because I don't think that's enough. So, back to base. Does need more belt, need more inserters. Don't need more mines, apparently. Got enough mines. Here. Again, that's going to contribute to that getting slower and slower. Belt. More inserters. Managed to weave our way out without hitting any pipes or power poles. So go power down to you. That was where we stopped. As far as I can go. Current undergrounds. I forgot to grab iron, so I can't make any more undergrounds, which is a bit of an oops. Go back to base sooner than I was expecting. As a side effect. Eventually get a few more of these in. Or not these. These inserters. I think I can get all the inserters in, and then I was going to go back for more undergrounds Or, well, actually, they're not being auto-made. I have to go back for iron to make the undergrounds out of, but... Okay. Got 400 belts, no undergrounds, although I can start getting more of these drawn in preparation. One at a time, we just roll them around to that position. The last row got surprisingly amount of depth because of the minimum number of undergrounds we need for that side. Yep, and there goes our level. So back to base we go. I'm gonna grab some iron this time. If every time I come out, I knocked over a few trees, there'll be fewer trees to run into in the future. So grab the belt, and actually the only other thing I really need is iron. Grab a bunch of iron at the same time. Something's broke with the research. Let's go check up that. Yeah, there's a small chance what's broke is iron, but no, that's not what's broke. What broke? Out of hand fed native flora. We're gonna have to move the native flora mine soon. $9.2K. Okay, so it's not so much that we need to move it out of the base, is that I have to maneuver it around the existing coal mine, because the spot we picked there is about to run out. We got one more full hand pickup and then a partial pickup, and then the spot will be empty enough to move it someplace else in that deposit, because the deposit's still got 9,000 so left. But the current spot it's on is only got 1.7 thousand. Also, I do kind of realize I didn't pick up very much iron, so I don't have very many undergrounds. That's as far as the undergrounds go. The logic with the two spacing here. This point here, we're already up to 8, so if I need to do underground going this way, I'm unlikely to need to do that, but then that's the distance I can make the underground go, so leaving some space for that circumstance. And that's all. I built it again. Wonder where all the iron's going. The answer, it's going to belts, making lots and lots of belts. Felt like for a while we had an unexhaustible supply of stuff. And then apparently I started using it and it became very exhaustible, yes. Okay, 40 undergrounds. Probably want some regular ones before we head back. Yes, my pen, that's actually a decent number. So we're gonna basically have 20 undergrounds, 20 pieces to go between them, and yeah, won't do a lot, but it won't do very little either. I'm not worried about the zinc running yet. Okay, back to base, I suppose. Let's go do some exploring. There is an argument maybe to go do some exploring, because we need the base to actually catch up with our demands. I think I might do a mix of the two. I'm going to go back to base, and I'm going to change one of the settings, which is how many belts we can have piled up at once. And then we'll go exploring with the base number of belts being stockpiled. Yeah, that should last for a while. 1.2 gauge should last a while. Okay. Thinking about it, what am I going to be looking for? I'll be disappointed hearing about the coal here, but fair. Or the mine technically operational. Well, because of how I'm assembling, I kind of have to wait for the whole mine to be operational before it is operational. At some point we'll be going fishing for seaweed and fish. Right now is not the time, though. There's Moondrop being researched, which adds Moondrop Greenhouse, which I want to put on the to-do list for busing. Chromium ore. Not that we need chromium ore yet. Probably need it eventually. It's a deposit of some sort there. Vitamin seep. Phosphate rock. More quartz. More iron. Uranium rock for all your uranium needs. Ancient remains. Iron ore. Green, which is probably uranium. I'm kind of looking for things like geothermal vents that we'll want at some point. Because until we find geothermal vents and stuff like that, we're looking at mostly having coal for power. And petrochemicals for power and stuff. Green's often uranium, it might be something else that's green. Nickel. Titanium ore. This isn't super directed of a zoom around the map. It's more drive around the map while we're waiting for the belts to catch up with the current projects. Or until something goes wrong with science and we go running back to fix science. Vitamin seep. I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing it on the map, I'm not seeing it in real life. It's there. There it is. Hard to see. Lots of different things we can stick on it, apparently. Natural gas, small oil, tar extractor. Okay. Presumably depending on what you want coming out of the vitamin seep. Tin. $10 and 40 minutes in, we've created 1,000 automation science packs. Oil sand. sulfur deposit. Yep, sulfur vein. Zinc ore in the forest. Quartz vein. Quartz vein. Native flora. Megalith site. Around the forest instead of through the forest. Nickel reserve looks like a cliffside. Geothermal fissures. There we go. So there's some source of pressurized water. More. The northern body of water. Oh, massive iron reserve. Okay. Okay, so I've actually technically found 2 geothermals. There and there. Weave our way through the trees here. Try not to hit a rock. Trees can be, if you're going at a good speed, fairly squishy. You can get them out of the way, but rocks tend to do pretty hard sudden stop. Salty rock. Here, goes a bit north here. Trip back to base. Start going without crashing into the forest. Some of it we're going to get landfill. Well, in fact, landfill is already fairly early in the deck tree, so I could be grabbing it right now. So, sort of building a natural bridge across there wouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me know, because I think we explored this earlier. That's not geothermal, that's a chromium reserve? Yeah. Okay, let's get back to the car. Mines per minute, 5 to 4-ish. Expecting that to be done in 3.5. I'm doing the best job of weaving through the trees there. Or my respect to the base. Okay, so basically just drive south should work. Okay, back to base. Nothing broken with sap yet. It's good to see. Let's grab the belts. A bunch of undergrounds. So as I can tell, none of the mines have depleted yet. Sap, I think, just adds... For my purposes, the sap extractor. So let's go ahead and add that to the do list. I think after that is fluid pressurization. There we go. I'll be right back. I'll let the game play while I'm out. Okay, back in the headset. Still seems to be running without problem. Let's grab whatever belt we got. Hopefully, well, another 30, another 93 is maybe not a lot. We're gonna go try to get some more of this mine online. Once the mine's online, I'm probably gonna swap over to improving iron, and then we'll come back to the setup for tar and creosote. I'm not in a pretty heavy rush for tar and creosote. Partially because I got nothing to do, don't have enough to do with the coal gas. I'll probably swap that over trying to run the glass makers in the short term. Although, probably really want a better use than that, but... Okay, so we've got 80 undergrounds. Where am I? Yeah, before we commit too much more to building this out, let's go check to see how much I need to get the iron mine going. Might take a few lines off just to go start on the iron mine. Get the iron mine going. So first step, cut it out of the forest. This isn't a very big one. Another was the starting one. The starting one has served us well. This is probably because it's farther away from the starting zone, richer than the starting one. Might not be big. Higher richness means it should deplete a little bit slower. Yep, that should be good. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 coal lines we'd want. cut the forest back enough that we can see the belts. Should be enough to give us the turn that we need here. Okay, so probably do want to steal last 5 lines if I can. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which arguably means I need to get those plugged in, don't I? Yeah, it does mean I need to get those plugged in. Get them out to where we're going to take them from first. $116 left. Oh, I should probably do the undergrounds. Theory for building, except for building that one up there, I need the undergrounds over here, right? I need to go back to base and pick up more underground, well, more belts and more undergrounds. Technically we have 16 more belts, but practice we also need the undergrounds to go with them. So that little bit of iron, if we get it going, is going to provide us about, let's say, 4 more of those old coal furnace stacks going. Which in theory would about double the iron we're getting out of the base. Although, it might actually more than double the iron coming to the base, because the base is starting to get a bit slow. As we're basically down to 2 full stacks and maybe 3. And the stacks here aren't belt worth. It's it's belt of ore, not a belt of yield. Still in the old recipe. In fact, we haven't invented the new one yet, so or actually, no, I have invented the new one. I could swap over to the new one, but I'm gonna deal with a bunch of stone, which I don't want to deal with right now. $29. Okay, so I got enough mines. Yeah, I got enough mines on me. I just need inserters and belts. Let's see how much of that iron mining we get up and running. Got all the miners. I think I probably have all the inserters. I think it's just belts we're really missing. Or do I just chop the forest down? I think I just chop the forest down. It's going to be a little bit tedious, but we're going to do it. Be gone, forest. Rather become logs in my inventory. Long time in the future, we'll have construction robots. We'll just have to disassemble the forests to get in our way. Okay. I'm gonna use the easy peasy redirect the inserter method. Just so I can get them down really quickly. Got a blueprint with them assembled in the right direction. You can always use the blueprint to add a distance, swap the inserter direction. Oops. That's not going to work very well in the end of the row here. We're taking the undergrounds out. Work reasonably well elsewhere. Okay. Fix the damage. I'm gonna run out of belts again. There we go, we're out of belts again. Go get more belts. This is most of the way functional. We might soon actually have iron being produced over here. To be fair, that entire stack is not even going to make a full belt of iron, so worried about having much more than a single belt coming back. But we're going to get built before we can get it back, of course. And come over here. Grab all the belt that's been produced. I'm going to grab all the inserts that have been produced. Obviously not making enough iron at this point. Something wrong with the science. Let's check up on the science. Get fluid pressurization going. Is it the... yeah, it's the hand-fed native flora. You can see we're getting real low. 174 that hasn't been transfer it over. Or hasn't been extracted yet, so we're gonna have to move that extractor soon. I was hoping it might be enough to get all the way to splitters, but it doesn't look like it. Does not look like it at all. Trying to think about how I'm going to merge these belts. Yeah, that'll work. There's fluid pressurization complete. Fluid pressurization provides us with pressure pump, which I need to add to the to-do list. Add bus pressure pump. Okay, next is electronics, which will add 3 more buildings I need to add to the to-do list for the bus, and leave us only 2 techs away from the splitters. There, and I can bring it over. And then you drop down a few more trees. And I need a massive amount of undergrounds. That is the one problem with this repeating pattern. It's very easily tesselatable. A lot of undergrounds. Oh, actually, apparently needed that one. We'll be back for it in a moment. Soon we have enough undergrounds, enough belts. I might not have enough belts. That's no problem. So actually, this whole mess of a thing is unneeded. Clean that up. Zip a few undergrounds in the process. Yep, there goes all the belts. All the belts have been used. Gotta go back to base then. Yeah, I gotta go back to base then. Grab a little bit of iron here to help the process. A little bit of iron. All 7 iron. It's better than nothing. Got a few more of those that have come off the line. The ore underneath them has been consumed, and you've come offline for basically the same reason. This is... So was there. We can now move it to there. Doesn't move it very far, but it makes a very small amount of difference by putting another 3.6k under it. We don't have to disrupt the rest of the infrastructure in the area, so that's good. We mainly came back for the belts, so yoink the 400 belts in stockpile. Copper that ran out? No, we're not pulling the copper as hard as we were pulling the iron. 2, 3, 4, 4. Yeah, so definitely not saturating those lines anymore. Nowhere near it anymore. Okay, hop out. Bring another row of you over. The second furnace stack. So we have enough belts. Find that out when we get there. Yeah. Just run out. Grab some of the placeholder ones here, but in spacing reasons. There we go. Okay, so I mostly need undergrounds, although I do need a bunch of regular belts as well. Getting us a little bit more going with some hand feeding of coal. So, I can dust carriage in this one, cause a problem. Nope, something's wrong with science. Go back and check on science while we're grabbing more belts. Hasn't really been long enough for it to be native flora, so it probably isn't native flora. It's probably something else that's gone wrong. Small parts. Here's metal plate. See what the problem is. The base cries out for more iron. Should add some character over here that I haven't get rid of. This is a perfect place to use that. That'll help a little bit with the iron situation. As well as deal with some of the iron oxide backlog. Oh, I stuck it in the wrong one for the problem. Oops. Come over here. There's none over here because we just haven't. Okay, that's jammed up. That's jammed up. We need to deal some of that fumble problem. Okay. Going wooden chests because I have an iron shortage. Okay, that'll delay that problem. Stop it? No. Delay it? Yes. The long-term solution to that is probably actually splitters, but we're 3 techs away from that. Yes, more iron. For as long as the iron oxide lasts, which isn't going to last for very long. Do it. There. Tap away. Grabble you. Grabble you. For 12 undergrounds. 12 pairs of undergrounds, I suppose. Playing? Okay, correct. That'll be roughly where the iron comes out. And it'll have to find its way back to the base, which is a lot more belts. A lot more belts. And we run, and we run, and we run. You have belts, right? Yeah, 299. Is it enough? Not really. Definitely not enough to get the iron back. Oh, that's a different kind of worms. How much stone do we have in the stone chest? And why does it seem like we're getting no stone brick? Okay, I'm gonna grab stone at the stone chest. The brick at the brick chest. Brick at the brick chest. I'm gonna check to see why we're gonna get no brick out of our brick line. Why is my brick line sans brick? It's not a problem yet, but if I start using brick in large quantities besides research, that'll become a problem real fast. Okay. Electronics is done. Electronics added 3 new buildings. Pulp, PCB, chip shooter. Now we want add new bus, pulp, bus, electronics, bus, chip, shooter. Yes, the to-do list is getting longer, not, you know, shorter. Because at some point, I fudged up. I see how we fudged up. So the way I was doing sorting here is by precluding... by pulling the Kerrigan off the line. So the Kerrigan shuffling, falls up, backs up, and has no Kerrigan gets through. Or no stone gets through, which means there's no stone to get to the U. Yes. So yeah, what I think happened is I think the... Well, no, it must have been the... Yeah, the Kerrigan backed up, and then we got mixed Kerrigan stone. I don't think the... Well, the stone isn't being used enough anyway. Which is why we need the brick production, because otherwise the stone doesn't move. But it's actually kind of fine if the stone doesn't move, but we need bricks. So sort of problem going on. Okay. So I think I've unjammed the traffic jam there. Okay. Meantime, I think it's time to add more brick to our lovely brick road. This time we're adding a new destination. Oh no, I don't drive by a vehicle. Something happened in the furnace, or must have used some up. Pretty short 4. Can handcraft 4, that's easy enough to do. Go. And I don't actually have enough inserters on me. Remember to grab... Oh, and I don't have any iron, so... How do I work this? Okay, now how I'm going to work this is going to be easy to do. Really, I need just the 20 that handles the inserting. I think the other one's undesignated for the moment. Don't do that until I have the underground, otherwise we're going to have a real big problem. Just realized that location's a bit cursed. Just a bit cursed. So add the connections. Oh no, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Oh, I know how to make it work. It's just a little cursed. of an intersection here. Time to go running back to base for more belts. Although more of this should be online, so we're going to be getting more metal, which is great. I suppose I should probably save some of the metal to... Well, some of the belts are doing the belting, I suppose. Oops. That's not what I want. Just take the tree out. Now look to the mines back at base. The alloy smelting seal seems to be working. Another mine has depleted. So, I'm basically removing a temporary solution by diverting the more permanent solution through the temporary solution, the remaining bit of the temporary solution. We got one last sort of temporary in there for when, if we ever get to splitters and decide we need to fix the temporaries, that's the last bit over there to fix. But at this point, the mine will probably deplete before I really get around to that. In which case, it won't be a problem anymore. I'll just grab this and feed what I can. Undergrounds. Oh, no, I actually don't have enough inventory space to pick all that up because I just picked up the fauna. 4, 3, 2, 1. Alloy smelting. At 11 hours and 48, almost 49 minutes. Next up is good old logistics and the splitters. Then we need to jury-rig the electronic circuits together so I can start building splitters. Oh, I should have grabbed splitters. Wasn't over there. Wasn't my bad. Should have grabbed the splitters. There we go. So that brings the coal mine on to full operating power. And now I just need to, use more than 4 belts of coal at once. 3 belts of coal off of it at once. Well, I suppose it's technically 4 belts of half belts, 4 half belts of coal. One, two, three. So actually 1, and then we need to get the 4 of them over that one. So 5 underground should be enough. Actually, get that stage done. Maybe, but I don't have enough belts. Okay. You're still progressing. Let's grab more belts. Yeah, at this point we're going to start looking to try to drag the whole system back. Oh, I need the inserters. Grab the inserters. I'll need the underground to get over that. Good cursed junction. Very cursed junction there. Functional, but it doesn't mean it's not cursed. And we're out of Bellicate. F. Trying to do hotkeys and WSD to move around. Sometimes result in you hitting hotkeys you're not trying to. He's just taking full power. Okay. Gotta remember, because that's the next thing we're going to be working on is those. Well, the new version of those, not those ones specifically. Those ones are going to probably stay there until the new ones are fully operational. Okay, we're going off the road. Crash into a rock. Need a lot of belt. But if we get that back to base, I have a lot more iron, which should accelerate a whole bunch, well, mainly accelerate the belt production, I suppose. $150, probably gonna need more than 150, but it's a start. To be fair, that's not even a whole belt of iron coming back. Once we get splitters and some other stuff, we might start contemplating that, but for now, it's just a boring old fraction of a belt coming back. To be fair, fraction of a half belt. Not even a full half belt. Now, might be a big fraction of a half belt, but electronics is the last thing we need. Okay, stop for a moment. You came back. Not native flora. It's causing the problem. Although it might have been iron. Yeah, I think it was probably iron. I threw enough iron into the ones farther down here that it stopped the problem temporarily. That's why it came back. Want more inserters. Just if we want more of those. More belts. 100 more belts. Just a few dozen more leagues and we'll be there, right? Big pile of iron. Go ahead and shove this in the machines. Get them going a little bit faster. Or at least guarantee that they've run at normal speed. Okay, we're just about to get logistics, and we're gonna probably hold off on the science for a bit. With logistics complete. Although no, I probably will keep queuing stuff up. I will probably keep queuing stuff up. Yeah. Although it'll be time to decide what we're queuing up. That's a different problem. Different problem entirely. Okay, so we've arrived. So first things first, iron plate. Fill you up. Fill you up. Fill you up. You. Fill you up. You guys probably don't need to be stuffed, but we'll stuff you anyway. That's basically empty the chest, or empty the inventory. So the rest of this should flow through a little bit easier to you. You'd be that little bit more likely to finish the science. I think that's the last one going right now. Yeah. There we go. Logistics complete. So the next really big thing I'd like to run to is electric mining drills. Although electric mining drills are all the way down here somewhere. Yeah. All the way down there. So yeah, I suppose working towards Varrox and rendering and Sci Science Pack 1 is the next thing to do. Yeah, probably storage tanks next. Into hydrogen, into plastics, genetics. Biotechnology machines. Barracks are going to require basic substrate and biotechnology. Belts. Let's see how much closer to base that gets us. Again, we want to get that iron back to base. As soon as I get the iron back to base, we're going to transition over to doing electronics. So I can start to handcraft splitters. Almost. We're in sight range of the base. Almost there. Trying to figure out why I've got no, or very little iron on the belt, other than the fact that I grabbed a bunch. Okay, bunch of iron, so I can accelerate some of the machines, although I've emptied the belt for a while, so it's going to take a long time for the belt, stuff on the belt to get to the end of the belt. The end of the belt is close to the base. Yeah, we're back here. I think I did the same thing I just shoved into the first couple. Items, fill you up, fill you up, fill you up. You're full, and you're full, and you're full. I care more about science than the machine at this point, so let's go for the science and do the same over here. Get some iron. Okay, apparently we've got all iron. Fair enough. $188, more to go. And at some point, we're gonna have to bring well, actually, I'll probably process that somewhat closer to where we are instead of bringing it all the way back. So I'd say at some point, I'm gonna have to bring all the ash back. Probably set up a processing center close to the coal mine. Although that still doesn't mean I might not put a whole belt all the way down there when I've got more metal. Just means the belt should hopefully not be as full as it would otherwise be. Here we go. It's been hooked in. It's now just a matter of time for it to travel to the base. Now to go sort out how I want to do creosote process. Well, bootstrap the creosote processing. Because that's what we're on, whereas we're bootstrapping that process. Rock coal. And then rock coal probably wants to get converted into coal. No, I need one more up than that. Go. So those two want to be connected. Those two want to be connected. And putting that there, because at some point I think we're going to verticalize it that way. I want more than this, right? And then you eat 10 every 2 seconds. So we want like 5 inserters shoving stuff in. I would like... probably get away with 2 pulling things out. And again, we want... okay, this is more like 3 or 4 pushing things in. Say 4. And... actually, quite a few pulling stuff out. In fact, I don't think I'm going to be able to pull stuff out fast enough. Only one stretch of belt along here. Because that's my pull space. That's as fast as we're going to be able to pull. Regardless of how fast I want to pull, that's how fast I'm going to be able to pull. Without using the top space, which I don't want to use. I'm going to start off with the tailings. I was about to say, I'm going to start off with the tailings spawn and taking up more space than I'd like. Guess that's going there. That's our tar. Whole gas is a slightly different problem because I don't have an immediate use for it. I could technically use a tailings pond as a vent to vent it. Don't really want to do that. Probably what I want to do with it, given where we are. Given where I am. I think I want to take it over to the quartz mine. We'll replace the existing tar line with a coal gas line. Well, I need it for mining aluminum. Don't need that badly. Not exactly what I want to do, but that'll work. Yeah, not what I want to do. Whoops. No. How did... Oh, because you still have fuel. No, that emptied the line. That's... The pipeline has... Oh, the pipeline has exactly 200 in it. Because you have 200... Okay, so just delete the line for the moment. Line is now empty. Because it's going to be coal gas. As soon as I get hooked up to power, it'll start working. So I suppose that's actually the next thing I should probably be building. While we're working it, let's get about 50 power poles. We'll make it 100. We'll get tar from here, and at some point I probably want to bring more tar down here. Either want to pump the tar from here back to base, or I want to pump the tar from base down here. Not sure which of those I'm actually going to do in the long run. That's why I didn't completely disassemble the tar line out to the quartz, because I might want that to come down here, or I might want this to go up there. I'm not sure which way we're going. All I know is I don't want it running, I don't want it being burnt for the quartz anymore. I'm gonna swap over to coal gas because I'm just gonna have that much more coal gas. Okay, we're back up here. We're here for plumbing. So, undergrounds, yes. Belts, yes. Much happier. We can go and take one of you. You're not running. Ah, we ran out of fuel. That's actually an easy thing to fix. Let's fix that. Actually, thinking about it, for all these, I should go around and the coal dust stacks higher. So I should, for these, while I'm still running them manually fed, I should probably swap over to coal dust. And I've got a bunch of coal, which I'll just refill this side with. Oh, that whole end is just saturated with it already? Okay. These are surprisingly fuel efficient little assemblers. Yeah, it's got you back up to good boil. Cool. Oops, I'm grabbing ash and not iron. I meant to grab iron. A few more undergrounds. And as you can see, that new mine is not a full belt of iron coming back. We will need to eventually swap over to the new system. Should be running the power poles as running along here. In fact, actually, the power comes out of here. That's where I probably take the power from. Okay. Do I fix this mess? Let's fix this mess. There we go. You, and then I cut this bit out. To you. Trying to make that a less of a load-bearing power pole there. Because at some point I'm going to be probably trying to move these upward, in which case they'd be in the way if they were to be right where they were. Okay, so that now makes coal gas. And tar. And we got coal and coke. Hindsight, that's not quite perfect. No, I'll work with that, because that'll work. What I'll do is I need to make sure that we, at some point, expand, so we've got more coal production than we consume to make coke, in case I need coal for something, because I will need coal for something at some point. The only problem with coming all the way down here is I'm far away from my initial, my existing steam generators. I'll need to make steam down here. I'll have to make steam down here, yes. I could technically pump the steam from the base back here, but I think that is not a good plan. It's a long way. I think it's not worth the effort. Okay. Do that. That's my water intake for the new steam generator. I'm back at base. If I want to recopy my math, I did a 6 stack because we're running half a belt. I think it's technically a 12 stack if we're running a full belt of coal, but right now we're still on standard burner miners, so I'm running half belts. I suppose technically, I think this existing line is not going to provide a full... A true half belt is not technically coming out of it, but that's not that important. We want two between... I want two between them. Just get rid of that a little bit. Oh, that'll work. That will work. There to there. There to there. There to there. And then obviously we collect the steam in the middle. I need more undergrounds. I can go grab metal. I don't have to go all the way back to base to get the metal to build the undergrounds out of the pipes I've got on me. Just gonna run up the iron belt up here. I probably will want to run back to the base at some point because I don't want to craft hundreds of undergrounds, but at least get the next bit running. Then a trip back. Yeah, you see how rapidly that goes through the regular pipe. Okay. Think about how to do the passing here. So I'm looking like something like that, which means I'm sticking on the left side of the belt. My ash by default actually comes on the right side, so that's a problem. Okay, I can work with this. We got storage tanks down. I'm not going to put storage tanks on my request for the bus. My checklist for the bus, although it kind of will be on the checklist for the bus. It's okay. This is not going to be particularly fancy, but there puts it the right way around. And at this point, I'm going to need probably some ash sorting. So otherwise that steam generator is going to back up real fast. The style I have back at base is technically actually for a full bolt of ash. So it's technically overkill. Although I suppose back in base I have it set up to do a whole bolt of ash, so less overkill there. Wrong way around. Pulling out of the machine here. And I ran out of inserters. Okay, so I gotta go back to the base because I need more inserters. At which point I can just copy and paste the design for that from the base. So we'll be back in a moment. Back to the base. Okay. Finished my tea off. Probably should go get a new tea. Streaming for 3 hours on 1 cup of tea. Yoink you, yoink you, yoink, yoink. That's gonna eat all the metal. And then we're gonna borrow and copy, burn the ash sorter destructions. Structure. There we go, and the blueprints. Whoops, that was what I meant to do. Deleted it. next to the delete function, not on top of the delete function. I suppose for the run down to Psi, on add xenobiology to list, and we've only got 4 more techs to go. After what we got in the queue. So, got a queue and 4 techs to go. Honestly, power pole versus big rock. Big rock's the thing I would prefer to crash into anyway. You're not working because you're not working because the coke's not going anywhere. Fair enough. And this is, in theory, right now overkill because we're only really feeding half a belt of ash into it, but we can always come along and try to add a second half later. There we go. All the steam I could want. Apparently we don't have enough tar. So I really need to get this going because I've got no tar. Okay, what is my temporary solution for all the charcoal here? All the coke here. 8 boxes of wood. Okay, so you're running. We now got the 4 outputs. We got nowhere place to put the 4 outputs. Different problem. Where can I fit multiple tailing spawns? Not there. Not there at all. Yeah, that's about the spacing I want. And we want to do a hard turn to use the space down here for my tailings ponds. Or I suppose I do technically have access to the storage tanks now. How ludicrously expensive are those? Duranium, duranium, or duraluminum, 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 lead, lead, duraluminum, lead, duraluminum. You're really cheap. You're actually built out of things that consume lead and duraluminum, duraluminum. Okay. Oh, it will include it. So I need to get both duraluminum and lead running. Or at least lead. I'd have to get at least lead running to make use of those. And lead was the one I needed the satellite for, which is not what I was actually building this for, was it? The lead needed... No, that was what I was building this for. I needed this for the lead. Specifically because I want the coke for this to make the acetylene. Could a jury rig up a small affair? I suppose actually technically these have been generating a small amount of lead. I'm gonna go hit up the sorter back at base and see if we can get some lead to get some tanks going. Because if I get some smaller tanks, so I don't have to use massive tailings ponds for the buffer, that would be appreciative. Smaller ones. Oops. This is why we try not to put things on the road. They have a bad habit of being run over. What do I do? Aluminum. You need a particular chamber to work that, presumably. Aluminum smelter. What do I need for the smelter? I need titanium for the smelter. Okay. Don't have any titanium ore, so we're just going to make do with lead. The lead-based tanks. Because I can get some lead out of the sorter. I don't think I can get titanium out of the sorter. We've got lead, zinc, and aluminum. Grab some lead. Grab the zinc as well. Thinking about it. Now this is going to produce very little of both. One lead plate, artisanally made from sorted material at 12 hours and 47 minutes. Oh boy. Granted, we're just trying to get a storage tank based off of it. I think it's slower than the lead mate processing. And for the tanks... Tanks are where? Here. So I think it's, what, 10 lead I need? Oh no, the pure lead ones cost more lead. Of course they do. 40 kiloliter is 30 lead plate. I don't think I got 30 lead plate. Okay. Never mind, we're gonna have to make do with tailings ponds. I'm not artisanally generating that much lead. until I have the product that I want the storage tanks for. First, zinc plate. Technically, first 4. Although we're gonna get 8, and then we're gonna get zinc. Because we haven't mined it, we've sorted it. Sorted it from soot. Yeah, that's not enough lead. Not enough lead. Okay, what's screwing up science? Out of data floor. Well, that would do it. That would take it offline. I don't have much inventory space. Okay. Yeah, that's going to run out again. We're going to have to move it again. Although to move it anymore is going to require... Move it a little bit left, but much more than that is going to require actually moving the some of the coal mines. Or just going to a whole new deposit. We found more deposits. There. Probably go to that one. Run it that way. Honestly, if it's more outside the spaghetti, I'd probably actually belt it over instead of hand feeding it at this point, so... It's maybe not the worst of plans. There you go, there's hydrogen and basic reforming, which is mostly coal gas to syngas and tar. Oh, I suppose if I need more tar, that wouldn't be terrible. And if I just need the syngas... Syngas can still be burnt. So I could still do what I'm doing with coal gas, but first syngas it to get ash and tar out of it. What's the fuel value differences between coal gas and syngas? Gas is 400 kilojoules, and coal gas is 200. So that's just a simple, if we want to be using it for fuel like I'm using it for, that's actually probably what I should be doing to it. So we're not using the coal gas as coal gas. I should probably convert it first to syngas to burn it. I'm going to burn it. Yeah. That adds water, it adds into the processing step, and it also generates more tar and ash. Although we may want the tar and ash for that purposes anyways, so that works. Yeah, I got 12 lead, and unless I have duraluminum, which I don't currently have, that's not enough lead. So the dream of getting a non-tailings pond storage tank at the moment has been dashed by not sorting enough, apparently. I haven't sorted enough soot. I haven't set up titanium mining yet, so I can't get duraluminum. And I'm not going to set titanium mining up until I've finished the electronics, which requires the thing I'm working on, which requires that I accept that I'm using... Tailings ponds. Yes, terrible parking job. And this is gonna go the next tailings pond, and the next tailings pond, and the next tailings pond. So if I don't get around to using these things, the next a million production of each, we'll have all the pollution right next to each other. Chop down the trees, put the next Tillings Pond down. We've got 4 things we want a Tillings Pond here, just to have stockpile space for it. This is the creosote. This is actually the one we care about the most right now. Honestly, in the very short term, Then we can deal with these 4 outputs. That's all I really need to deal with, right? Oh no, I need to get up to a... What does the zinc want? The zinc wants aromatics. What do I cook the aromatics out of? I cook the aromatics out of the light. So I have to process the medium as well. Okay. Tar refining top, so that gives me the light. Light then goes into the aromatics. Okay. Don't need to completely maximize my creosote earnings right now because I'm not using it, but I will be using it soon. Definitely not the optimal way to do that, but that gets that connected. Well, time to go get more undergrounds. Jack, you can now run freely, refining my bottoms. So you're not running because I haven't done anything to do properly sort the iron oxide. How to sort the iron oxide. Probably for the moment I'll be real lazy about it. At some point this is going to get in the way of expansion. But short run, that will get that running. Anyway, short run, that gets that running. So now we get you more Coal, gas, and tar. The tar goes into you. To run you. To make the inputs. Okay. Go grab some iron so I can get the other one running. So I can get my aromatics running. Is there? No, one of them's aromatics, the other one's zinc is aromatics. Your acetylene, the acetylene is coke. Okay. So I technically don't need to go all the way up to aromatics right this moment. Would just accept that this is where we're stopping. Go get the lid properly set up. Hello, Twitch chat. Just on Twitch chat, leave a comment saying hello. So we've got pitch coming in, kerosite coming in, anthracene oil coming in, middle oil coming in. Finally gonna build a couple of those undergrounds, pipe to grounds. I suppose the pipe equivalent to undergrounds. Technically, as long as I can find an out for you, you work. Okay. Spacing for expansion reasons. Plastics researched. Did plastics add any buildings that I want to add to the to-do list? Biofactory. Added biofactory to the to-do list. Add bus biofactory. You heard the bus is waiting on electric mining drills and, well, and me having circuits spaghettied. So we can do splitters en masse. Well, do splitters at all. En masse is maybe a little hopeful from a spaghetti output. There we go. So there's the next 3 ponds. Oops. Save. Some of those pipes. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to do the turns. It's going to be hand making some pipe. Yep, that's all the undergrounds I've got. What's the next thing I'm making? Do we have another tar processing unit? So we're doing something next. Was the aromatics next, wasn't it? Oh, the aromatics are from the destructive solution, wasn't it? Yeah, your destructive distillation column. And you only take 1 input. You only take the light oil. So I'm actually going to do, instead of coming off the top, I'm going to do off the bottom of the tailings pond. Honestly, no, the tailings pond. Don't worry about that. Okay. Yeah, off the bottom is the tailings pond. Let's go grab some iron first. I can handcraft a couple pipe to grounds. Land animals into barracks. 3 more after that to get to Phi Science 1, and then after Phi Science 1, it's 1 tech, 2 electric mining tools. And then that tech means I no longer have to do weird things like this to fuel miners. And electric mining tools are just better. Just much better. Much, much, much better. I'll start trying to load balance once, or properly balance the belts for the mines when I have electric mining drills, whereas I'm not bothering with the coal ones. Okay. So, plumbing. 15 of those. Get like 50 of those. Should be enough to get my light. Ooh, aromatics is probably gas. Means I probably can't store it in the tailings pond. Store the gasoline in tailings pond, though. That I can store in the tailings pond. It's the light I pulled, yes. Distillation. Destructive distillation column. Aromatics. Yep. Gases. Go to air. Fluid. I'm going to guess that aromatics are a gas for the purposes of tailings ponds. Voidable in... Yeah, okay. It's a gas. It's a gas. Okay, so that does not go in the tailings pond, because otherwise it goes poof, and I don't want to go poof. Okay, I can work with that combo. Different orientation that works. I think it's 2 orientations. Yeah, I think I'm that way. Again, planning for some degree of expandability, because I may want to expand in the future. Setup in the future. So that's an expandable setup. Oops, getting the wrong ones. That's oil out, not a aromatics out. That's the aromatics out. There it goes. Bring some power down. We should have aromatics. At least until the aromatics pipe plugs up. I think that's a good place to stop futzing with the petrochems for a moment. And instead work towards getting our electronics going. So for electronics... okay, I'm gonna have to fix you at some point, because you're not getting enough gas. Do I swap back to the old tar? I think we swap back to the old tar. No, we don't swap back to the old tar because I don't have a drain on the old coal gas. So that's actually how I'm avoiding the coal gas. It's not an effective method of avoiding the coal gas, but it's working. Whereas the tar up here can just pile up for a bit. We've actually got storage capacity on that. Okay, so you're empty. You're empty. So that doesn't need to go all the way there, which means you're empty. That's need to go all the way up there. And you're empty. Yeah, that line's going to become weaker and weaker and weaker, and it already realistically isn't enough to support the smelting that it has running off of it. Basically doing some old base maintenance there. And what I should probably do while I'm making tea is I'll begin handcrafting a bunch more fluid mining drills. Yeah, let's handcraft a bunch more fluid mining drills. Although we're basically at a native flora in its current spot. Let's back that up. Probably want to delete the coal mine a little bit more before we start mining native flora there again. So when we run out of native flora, we have to move on to a new harvest site. Okay, for the fluid drills, one in the queue. Got enough steel. I mostly need iron and copper. Do a nice long proverbial slurp on the copper line. Same on the iron line. Okay, that'll give us 10. That'll give us 5. I think that's a good place to start, crafting wise. And then we'll get got tin. Was it was tin? Not rare earth. Zinc and lead. Where was the lead? Control F. We had a closer one down here. I guess it's that one over there. Okay. Yes, we got that lead. We got the zinc. Lead and zinc. And if we can get those going, we can do, I think that's solder for the electronics. Plus the tin and the... Oh yeah, I think it's those. Okay. So we're going to be setting mining drills in the next one. Or, well, say the next one. Still today, I'm just going to be taking a short break to make tea. So let's get out of the map mode here. We just finished up... Is it genetics? I think it was genetics. Yeah, it sounds like I haven't added bus gene lab. So add bus gene lab. Okay. I'll be right back. If you're watching on YouTube, I'll probably put a jump cut in here. If you're watching on Twitch, I'm going to make a cup of tea. I'll be back as soon as the tea is made. And back with the tea. Let's get back to recording. Well, I suppose I have been recording the entire time. Let's get back to actually playing the game. So, I'm thinking I'm going to probably want to grab and bring with me enough stuff to make a couple pumps. In case I need them. Actually have this so I make a couple ones. Never mind. And then we want to grab those. I don't really need more belt. We got 10. These number of inserters. You've probably come to a stop. Probably because you've run out of native flora. Yeah, you've run out of native flora. That's the closest one. I don't necessarily want to do the belt run with that yet. We'll let that sort of roast until I can get electronics going. Let's get you running. It's going to take some coal. Well, more importantly, take some solid fuel. Doesn't technically need to be coal. Oh, I see the problem here. That's going to be easy enough to fix, but I'm going to do the run all the way to the bottom and then come back up. Oh, it was on the wrong side. Then you're making tin. I'm going to make sort of improvised setup here just to get some tin production going. Oops. Gotta need to account for pulling off of the belt. There we go. So with that, I got some basic tin production going. Next is checking up what I need for zinc, whether that's the aromatics or the acetylene. I finished plumbing the last one. That'll make it very much stop working if I haven't finished plumbing the last one. Yeah, I feel like I haven't finished plumbing one of the fluids. Yeah, there's a fluid we've missed. Whoops. Okay, let's go check which one we need for the zinc. We'll get that sorted, and then the lead, and then we'll get all the machines we need together for electronics. Twitch chat saying, and no YouTube intro. So the way I've, let me see if I can respond to the Twitch chats in order. So no YouTube intro. So yeah, no YouTube intro on this one. Well, I suppose there is sort of one. I did one at the beginning of each stream, because this is going to get edited down. There's going to be 2 raw videos. So this is the aromatics of the raw streams. I'm only going to do edited, probably an edited time acceleration version, and an edited highlights video, Team RB. So I only need one real intro. I think I kind of did a second one. But yeah, it was basically the same intro for both YouTube and Twitch at the beginning of the stream. And then the second one is Twitch chat saying, "Yo, did you play Pi before?" And I've played a little bit before. I've played all the way up to into SciPack 1. It's in the middle of SciPack 1 where I decided this is taking long enough and it's interesting enough that I want to play it on stream. And then Team R&B is responding, okay, no worries, it's just different. Yeah, it's a bit of a different way of doing it. And this is because I think a lot of people on YouTube might not necessarily want to watch the full live stream unedited. So I am putting up the raw version for people on YouTube that do want to watch the whole live stream as it was played. And then I'm taking the time to edit it to get a sort of a 5x version of the more boring parts, so they can, if they want to watch the sort of boring parts, but so they can understand what's going on, but don't want to watch it at normal speed because Factorio can be a bit slow at times. They can do that, and then gotcha, yeah. And then there's just the highlights, which are when we what the builds look like when the builds finish. Although I suspect that's going to get less and less of a large video as we progress through the game. The other Twitcher said, just started long ago, 40 hours ago. It feels amazing to be relearning Factorio again. In some ways, it's like learning a game that's even more complicated than usual Factorio. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. Okay, so almost got down to the lead. Yeah, we'll just use some of the pipes and handcraft some pipes into lead. Or, some pipe, or almost down to the zinc. Let's handcraft some of these pipes into pipe to ground so I can make the rest of the distance. So I can get the first couple zinc going. Okay, let's wander into the zinc and set up the beginning of the shape. So where's the top of the deposit? I think that's roughly, yeah, that's kind of roughly the top of the deposit. There's a couple over there that will be higher than that, but we'll do that. So we'll just start with a 5 there. And again, oh, I haven't brought a coal line down here. I'll have to bring a coal line. I'll leave that bit in, or leave that bit out until we bring the coal line down just in case I need to do something fancy with it. And that will be the very overkill first line of zinc. First line of zinc. Okay, so we've got you. I need to bring a fuel line up. It should be easy to do because we've got a large coal mine nearby. although I'll have to cut a line through the trees, probably the coal line through reasonably. The real complication is actually going to be getting it probably up to the lead. Not sure if I got one near the lead deposit. Yeah, so we're gonna have to belt some sort of fuel over to the lead. Oil over there will be, or getting the settling over the lead won't be too hard, but getting the material back once it's there will be a little more complicated. You're just saying about what I'm curious is that basic steam is very valuable now, and then in 2.0, steam boilers produce only 6 per second, which is horribly slow. It means that you need to feed with triple the amount of fuel. Yeah, it's a lot of fuel that goes in to the steam boilers if you're using the sort of default boiler method to make steam. And it's not making even the highest equivalent to the best steam. It's only making 250 degree steam. So if you want steam for an ingredient, it's actually surprisingly expensive. Steam for power still isn't that bad using a standard fuel, but... Okay, so if everything is going according to plan, that now reliably makes zinc. It's going to be glacially slow, but it's going to make zinc. Yeah, see, this is a whole half belt of coal going in here to power the steam generators over here. In theory, that's enough steam generators to eat the entire half a belt of coal. We're not using enough steam right now, which is why it's not actually eating the whole half belt coal, but I should probably look at the picture from that. Where do I want to get water up to? So the next thing I need to make is acetylene for the lead. Suppose I could move the limestone over instead. I could do limestone feed that into the thing. Okay. Might be, yeah, probably is easier. No, it probably isn't easier to get the water up there. Either way, I've got to get the machine up there. Dude, how much iron do I got on me? Although I'm pretty close to an iron belt, I could probably just grab some. Yeah, my factory, 3/4 of the factory worker works on fuel, not on progression. So this point is where I left in confusion. Yeah, a lot of the factory early game is going to be fuel. There are more renewable methods of fuel. And to be fair, I've heard things like nuclear, for example, is quite space efficient, machine efficient. So, unlike base Factorio, where you've got one of the better types of fuel, which is just coal power, right from Ready, Set, Go, that is not the case in Phi. You've got, like, the worst sort of power at the beginning of the game, and it just gets better as the game goes on. Either because you can spam it more in the case of the fish generators, or because you just get better sources of power, like nuclear, geothermal. Or even just better versions of coal. I've got the worst version of coal right now. It's the best way to describe the current coal. And what was what I'm being extracted from? I need a soil extractor, a high pressure, at least 2 high pressure furnaces, a gasifier. Okay. So that's not a soil extractor. That's the soil extractor. 2 high pressure furnaces and a gasifier. Oh, probably another tailing spawn. Just for good measure. I'll try to put that over here. Going to map mode, so I can start mapping this out. This is going to probably be spaghetti assembling for the moment. So first step, soil extractor. And the soil extractor in this case is extracting limestone. And limestone plus coke equates to lime. Oh, high pressure furnaces. Wrong one.